10 seconds. $46 spot 1, $46 spot 1 higher than forecast, $44 spot 8.
Morning, good morning. Hello, Darian. I'm all right this morning. How are you? An NPC. Holding our pivot so far across ES and Russell coming back down to our POC shift would be my guess on an NQ. Just really keeping an eye on this like 45 area. 45 stone holds, just that rotation down. C shift makes sense to me. 5 to 40. Watching.
At 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we get University of Michigan data, sentiment final, forecast 68 spot 1 on the prior 67 spot 8. 1 year inflation final, forecast 2.9% on the prior 2.9%. 5 year inflation final, forecast 3% on the prior 3%. Expectations final, forecast 72.4 on the prior 72.1. Conditions final, forecast 61.2 on the prior 60.9. We also expect comments from ECB's Jochnik.
Do our POC shift here. We'll see if bids step in or if we'll see a larger shift. A larger shift would put us back down to our 19s. But I'd like to be able to see this edge hold recovery of 45s here if we're going going higher. If that fails again, then I think one more leg down into our VWAP. We focused in on this area here. Good first risk off if you are playing off that POC shift edge. Recovery of 45s. Full rotation back up. About one here. Out both. Okay, I'm flat into 85. And we'll see if we can hold this high now. I'd like to see like 69 to 75 hold supportive. We're going to continue higher. That was easy. So looking for that POC shift to hold in our value low, and then playing on the recovery of our 45s for the rotation back up to the top of the range. You see how that's that 30-second opening range low and our view up there. So I'm buying on the green candle into it and then rotating up through it. First trade. Now watch to see if 80s can hold the supportive. Got a buyer here at 77 to 83. I would love to see that continue to hold the supportive for more upside.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
At 10 a.m. At
So
10
it just
a.m.
came up
Eastern
on my
Time, we get
playlist.
University of Michigan data, sentiment final, forecast, 68 spot 1 on the price 67 spot 8. 1 year inflation final, forecast 2 spot 9% on the prior 2 spot 9%. 5 year inflation final, forecast 3% on the prior 3%. Expectations final, forecast 72 spot 4 on the prior 72 spot 1. Conditions final, forecast 61 spot 2 on the prior 60 spot 9. We also expect comments from ECB's Jochnik.
Failure up at the highs here, rotated back down to our POC shift. Watching our 73 edge now and retest off of this hold from 60s. We're going to continue down. I expect seller to be sitting there. We can recover it. Should be good to continue on. Just gotta watch to see if these guys are absorbed or not. So want to see a push over 87. Testing into 87s now. See if we can get through this absorption.
One minute remaining. I'll lead with the University of Michigan sentiment final.
Testing our wick high here into 600. 600 to 610 is our offer. What we would want to see is either the ability to kind of just immediately put or a slight retest into the zone and high here. Back to our pivot here on ES, Russell lower high, diverging.
Ten seconds. 67 spot 9,
Really nice bounce
67
there, up
spot 9
87,
lower
got
than
one.
forecast, 68 spot 1. 1 year inflation final, 2 spot 8%, 2 spot 8% lower than forecast, 2 spot 9%. 5 year
Oh, that could not have played more perfectly. Out my second here. That felt good. Where I bought my secondary contract. And that was that pop. Feels good, man. This 46 to 50 area is resistance for me on ES. So I'm going to be a bit careful here. Same thing with NQ 25s. Just it's going to be tough to get through here, I feel like. Could be wrong. You know, move stops up, don't take full profit off, but a bit worried as we push into these selling deltas above on yes. Get this VPOC we can take out up at 49s, but your first edge here is into 46 on ES. So just start to look to move stops up, just in case. You don't have a narrative until we get over 60. It's weird. We're outside of value. Okay. So expansion. Held our 30-second opening range. We are holding VWAP as supportive. We're pushing up. VPOC 633 in target. Everything says bullish from how we held. We might only get a shorting opportunity if we can't get over previous day POC. That might be chop. Got to see 610s hold, really. Sellers really trying to push us down from here, so we need to see a continued absorption. Got 2-way traded, definitely a lot of absorption. Our 25s, like we talked about. But now it's just waiting to see if sellers are going to be able to put us below the 610 and how we react back down in our sell side wants to hold us below 610 for that rotation back down. So here would be your first PT if you're playing off the 610 offer into our value. And we watch to see if buyers can hold here. Failure below 78s, then we can be rotating. If buyers are able to hold here, then it's just the bottom of our range. But this 610 reoffer was really nice for this rotation down. Understanding that these are the selling deltas here. This is where our buying deltas are. Now we watch to see if we can hold here or if below. Basically just sitting right. I don't want to have anything at 618. I don't know what that level is. I had 625 and then 610. And then this 578. Immediate rotation back up off of our 78s, back up to our offer here. So please be careful as we push back down, push back up into this. This is where sell side is sitting. This is where that rotation occurred down. So this is just chop above our value high until we figure out if we want to make this resistance or retest it as supportive and then rotate back over. POC above. Here are my settings. Just really watching how we build here. You can see how many these deltas where we had the buy side absorption and then it's flipped to buy side for the push up. And now we have sellers trying to push below on this new candle, red deltas, lower lows. So we're just waiting to see who wins this out. Still holding our PVZ low at the 76, 78 area. Need to get back over value. It's two-sided here. $50 seconds until the new 15s. I am patiently waiting to see who wins this. If Hopper holds here, I expect a rotation into 60. From there, we decide if we want to do a full rotation of our range, like 44s. 60s doesn't hold, but other than that, that's all I'm waiting on. Is can we get back over or not? It's our 30-second opening range here, so you'd expect dips to get bought here and then test. And from there, it's like, can we back above, or does this rotate down? Come back down into this this low or value low. Sure as of yet. So much two-sided trading here. Where a buyer was attempting and then a seller was attempting low. 8. Don't think 60 was a bad bid. That looks good, but we do get back over. It's a yellow box for me really show that we want more, break the downtrend. You are playing up our 60. This needs to be your first target until we can make 7 supportive. I want to show the willingness to bid above C from this candle. Right? That's basically it. Hold above. Testing into our POC now. I don't think so, man. Price levels per bar 10, scale factor 20. No change. Same as before. Bonnie? Not like a yogurt brand. Or am I wrong on that? Did like a dairy-based creamer? I thought they were like Greek yogurt. So far, immediate rejection off of the failure at 87s into our POC from our hold of 60s. Now back down to our 60s, our 30-second open range. ES held our pivot at 41s, no shift there. And we are now rotating through the range, sell side. So watching us into this lower quadrant here, our 30-second opening range low. It's going off of that footprint chart that I posted above. It's now in that lower. Apply to it so that see we're now there. Watching and see our reaction here. Buyers are willing to hold this like 45 to 34. Or if we're going to do the full action. Ideally, we find some sort of buyer here. Section 5, slow, able to cover this, retest. But I don't know yet. Only thing I was aware of was the 60 buyer and the seller here. See above. Now it's just a matter of can we hold our range low or not. you're playing off of 45, first risk off has to be in the area. Need to see a recovery of our 30-second opening high. Got our first like little bit of selling deltas here into 60 to 64. Offer and rotation down to bottom of range here off of 60-64 seller. Secondary move. We're now at our 15 up, and this is my next target. Where 520 is either going to be able to hold or it'll go offer from these wick lows here. Either the seller is going to start to really try to hammer us down below these guys, or we'll hold these with buyers. Just kind of really keeping an eye on this now on how we reoffer into our like 37 off of these lows here. Big sell side deltas at 40. Just keep that in mind. Watching that as our reoffer. Again. Watch to see if sellers can hold below here. Retest. Information down. What we're to be looking for is resist below for our rotation through this. We're going to continue down. Buy side still just wants to back above this. Upside. Offer holding our pivot so far. Watching to see if we can build a higher low here. 40 seconds in teens. 315s have opened. I really want to see buyers be able to maintain above this like 46 one. If we're gonna push below 41, is going to probably lead to this low. They want to see buy side from back over 65s for higher. Below this, then we'll back into our original offer here. This is what I'm advising on these two areas. See how we have like these selling deltas below us that we're holding supported, and then we have this one above us that's resistance. Those are the two areas where I'm watching to see which one break and hold. Just sitting in between. And like my target above, if we were able to hold over the ones above us, would be see a previous can. But we're just kind of still balanced in between. Need to see a break out of this. It didn't change whatever it was. Mine says 55. You see how this can play out? See that? How where I wanted that bounce, we now have those buying deltas. Do we see that? There's now a blue candle, those blue boxes there of where buyers are showing up on the retest for the push up, and we like are rotating to see above the yellow line. So we held where we needed to. Now we're rotating back up to that level. Exactly what we see. I don't look for more until we're like over 88.90. This has to be risk off as we are back to our original offer as we push into this area. Right? Like, know that there's a seller just sitting here. It is very strange. Pushed into PT there. That is that 90. That is our POC retest from our previous candle and our target. If we can build above this, then we can rotate higher, back up to that absorption into like 620. Our first test being into 610. If I need to see a willingness to bid over this on ES over 41s, our pivot, our mid pivot here. Hold this now, should be able to rotate up. Same thing for here at our 90s. If we can rotation into our and then above. The warthog's out right now. Surf. Just flew by. This is the last time the warthog will be in there. Kind of sad. Yeah, it was one of my favorites as a kid. And they do like the test fire, the dry fire across the runway. Yeah, like no actual bullets, but they like take the chambers of the Gatling guns and fly by, making that burr sound he was just saying. Yeah, maybe blanks. Never been to an air show. It's crazy. $50 until new 15s. Full retrace of this range off of meeting our seller again. It's filling this LVN here. Handle stated now right back up to support, or back down to support. We'll see if we get a secondary move, which basically acts as the same thing again for another rotation on this new 15, or if we push below this seller here. This is a very important area, just to see if buy side's going to hold or not. Offer holding so far. Watching our retest to see if we get a continuation down. Not overtly bearish until we're holding below 26 to 9. So then it just seems like we're range. So far, the range idea is playing out. There's not really a ton here until either break below the lows, show that we have no inclination to trade below these lows. Right, like that's kind of what we're doing right now. It's just a higher low. We need to see this look below and then a hold, or this rotation is just going to hold. Basically, these two pivots, just rotating. It's probably upside rotation overall. Yeah, are able to maintain. See. For those that are using the 30-second opening range, I'm a big fan of this pattern where we have a look below, then we rotate through and we retest this edge supportive for upside. You can see this playing out multiple times where we have a look below, then rotate back up to retest the high of the range, the low of the range, and then up forward. That here again, this time it's failed, right? But it gives you a really nice break even point. Like, oh, okay, well, I'll rotate. We have the look below. This is what I really want to see. What do we have here? It's the opposite, right? We have a look above failure. So that's a good reason to think that this is going to be a short continuation, whereas this is going to be long on these two. See that? It's the side which we test from above or below that I care about more. Do we see how this makes a lot more sense for being a short continuation? This one makes sense for being a long continuation from the look below. Okay, I just want to make sure because like that's what when we talk about like a rebid or a reoffer, this is what I mean is like we have that look above and hold, while that look below and hold. So like these above. This becomes like a really nice neutral pivot that we can play around from either direction. Yeah, you should, right? It's the same thing for like a value edge. This is a full rotation of our range again, off the hold, just back up to our offer here where we were sold originally. Same thing as before. We're just watching to see if we can hold above this 88 for continuation higher, targeting 610 above. If we can't, then it's just going to be another rotation down. For our bounce. POC of the previous. Basically, just this. Watching to see if buy side can hold this low, supportive, right from above. Going to rotate again, something like that. probably won't attempt this area again. See a break either side. I played this like 3 rotations. I'll just give it a minute to figure out what it wants to do. Our reoffer, see if sell side can hold us below. Again, just like what we just talked about, we're watching to see if this is from this look above, if this is now going to hold for our rotation oscillation back down to our lows, or if we can rotate back up and supportive. I don't have an answer yet. I would be more inclined to think sell side sitting here, just like last time. This rotation back down, but either way, it's the middle. Looking at this edge is our offer though. We have. Again, I'm not participating until I see a break of our range. Yeah, longs above that probably, or yeah, that's basically the only thing we have to go off of. Is we need to see buyers recover like 56 to 63, that area. Sell side can get a bit more serious below like 28 to 19. But this is your rotation here, 48 offer, and then push back down into our lows. So if you did play that short, this is a great first risk off. It's this. Hopefully me walking through the look above and then this rotation down through our pivot made sense for the short side. And just like before, there will be a long opportunity from a look back in and then a hold of this for a continuation higher, right? So this is the exact same move. Again, we're just rotating between this pivot and the pivot above. For downside continuation, I'd want to see this become resistance. I'll look below. Then we can do something like this. If not, then it's just going to be this rotation back up. And we look for like that. So watch for a reoffer now from below. Or we just rotate down to 77. So I don't really have control over this. This is just our 30-second opening range from yesterday. So I figured it'll hold. If it doesn't hold, then we're a lot more bearish than I thought. I don't know. I mean, I gave 48s. Everything else down here is muddy to me. See if our bed can hold. There's not really like anything to go off of here on this candle. We have a minute and 20 seconds left, so again, I'm not participating. This can still probably play, to be honest. It'll be all right. There is a high likelihood that we just fully retrace this game if we can't get below previous day value low. Great job, Kos. I don't see any news, so I don't know why this is happening in the sense of like I don't really see anyone who's like incredibly offsides. So I'm just gonna let it play. Why I didn't participate. It's like I didn't really see a reason other than just like us chopping there for a while and people being offsides from the overall range. But there's only so many attempts before I stop trying. I think we'll probably rotate back up to 520 area if I had to guess, before we have like a strong continuation down, unless something crazy happens. But we'll see. We just have like this 470 pivot and then a 520 pivot above us. Everything else just kind of seems like noise to me right now. We're actually gonna delete our 30-second opening range from yesterday because we clearly didn't respect that at all. And then I'm just gonna keep our pivot low at previous day value low. So it's just this low to 520 above. Just gonna wait to see which way we break. Until I see better structure, I don't really have anything to go with. So either we're able to hold and recover like we're doing right now, or attempting our previous day value low here. And then I'm looking for just a retracement back up to our offer above. Right? Or we hold below our previous day value low and then show acceptance for continuation down. Everything else to me, I don't see anyone participating. Right? It's just an LVN. play through our LVN here. Again, targeting this like 510, 520 above just for a full retracement off of the hold and recovery of our stay value low. So we'll see. There's like nothing here, so gonna have to let it build. Those are my indicator names. I don't know if that's helpful. %90 of the stuff I use is from our in-house product. Still have 7 minutes on this candle. Feels bad. Yeah, I don't know if they're retiring it. I think the lady who drives the Warthog is retiring, and so this is the last year of the air show with the Warthog until someone else steps in. I don't know if they're like fully retiring it, but I know that on like the Cleveland Air Show website, they said that this is the last year. But I don't know if that's for like all the air shows or just the one here. Yeah, there's a lot of potential for a 3-bar down cast if we can't build back above. I'm not sure as of yet. I really would like to see this full rotation back into 520 for just like a good structure retest of our value edge. But if we push back below previous state value low, then the downside play makes a lot of sense to me. That's why I've got what I have drawn on chart drawn. This should still give an opening to play this to downside. Even if we go back up to 520, like 3-bar idea is still a lot of potential for it. But we'll see. I think we're just like random walking between this, fixing the structure here, building out this node. Got another 5 minutes left on this. Yeah, so like they say last time in yeah, so in the next 3 to 5 years, they're retiring the Warthog. Two minutes and 50 seconds, only 15s. Seeing some absorption again. You here into 500s. If we push below 70s, that's our first sign that sell side wants down. We react below this. helicopter. Does he just do like for like private occasions? Like what do you who do you service as a helicopter pilot? People with money, true. People who don't want to get stuck in traffic in California, in New York. Down to our buyer absorption here into this like 70-73. Or the yeah, buyers absorbing. We're watching to see if we can hold this area. Need to get over 500 where that seller is, but this is just ranging. Buyers we're going to maintain. You'd ideally want to see it here. A look below and then a hold would be a pretty bearish look. Just want to see this oscillate back up to 500s ideally. You can see like how much we've slowed down after just building up structure now. I think for most of you, excuse me, just waiting for us to get out of this POC stack is probably the best move, and then playing the trend continuation from whichever direction we actually confirm. But the 3-bar down makes a lot of sense. You are looking at that. We just want to see the willingness to hold below previous day value for confirmation, or this is just going to continue to bid here. That should hopefully line up with a new 15 and then like us holding POC as resistance for continuing down if it does play out. If it doesn't, then there's just maybe not a great entry, you know, and that's fine. I think if ES can do something like this, this feels pretty likely. The previous week value low from our hold of previous week POC as resistance here. If we can hold previous day value low now, that's good potential. But if we continue to just kind of find a buyer here, it's kind of hopeless right now, short term, for like a great entry. I want to see like a pretty strong offer on ES here below this 20 level. And then you can be targeting 13s, 7 points. This is a big point too as well on NQ if 73s hold. So that's where that absorption was taking place. So if that guy is no longer there and the offer is rotated, then that's a pretty significant sign that sellers went down. Just it's very slow, very slow. Still just stuck in this POC stack, so we want to see a bit more acceleration into targets. Good hold at our pivot here on ES, almost to PT into previous week value low. I don't know if we're gonna get it fully on this one move, or if we're gonna need to retest on NQ first. RTY below previous day value low here as well. I'd love to see us hold this as resistance, the CTH low and previous day value low. We're gonna keep going down. Just keeping an eye on these areas. NQ retesting previous day value. Getting like quite the slowdown, so you just want to be really careful. Oh boy. Yeah, like we're just still holding this low. That's right now. Just came back down into our way close, right? Need to see sell side like really hold the 73. Or you just rotate again, and then it becomes a 4-bar instead of a 3-bar. And then you're just still just in this POC stack. I'm hoping the Russell gives us a directional lead. Another day trapped in this range. You hate to see it. These spotted lanternflies are every. Holy shit. It's this invasive species that's taking over the coast right now. They come in waves. They'll disappear for a couple days and then they like reproduce and then they are everywhere downtown. They were given a kill on sight order. But like I can even see them up here. Like they're just all over. You see them in your city, kill them immediately. Here, this is actually a better page than the one that I just linked. Exactly, with the warthog. Maybe they all shifted from NJ to Ohio. This is the first year I've seen them here, but geez, they are everywhere. We just hit PT on ES, pushing below our previous week value low. So very long 7 points. Not the greatest trade. Watching to see now if we can get below this 50 on NQ or if this is going to continue to just hold. 73 is still just holding as our resistance, right? Where that buyer was absorbing before. Sell side is now sitting there. Good acceleration. See if we can get a continuation. Just took out our ETH low on ES. Oh, 73 now down to PT. Done the full play for me into 14. I don't know if we get more below 14. This was kind of target for me. If we push below 14s or if we hold POC at 25s, then I can start to look for more. But this is just our full pathing now for our second leg. Yeah, I totally get you. Those chop zones midday are So we'll watch now to see if we can hold this LVN. We're just watching to see this fill on ES and NQ. So watch like 47s here as we push into it on NQ, ES into like 12s. And then what you're looking for is a look back below ETH low if we're going to continue down for a move down to ADR. Or this might be it. Again, this is PT for me for the downside leg on NQ. Down into 14s. So now just kind of waiting to see if we can hold below previous day value low as resistance. If we can, right, we'll be watching for something like this. And then we look for a secondary move that does something like that, I would assume. This can be where we look to downside continuation, below 14. For ES, like you really want to see us push below ETH low again and then reoffer it for continuation down before you are confirming that we're getting a secondary leg. It's a very clear channel down, but we want to see like an actual offer below, or this will just kind of hold as our low short term. So coming up into target now for where we look for that retrace if we're going to get it sell side on NQ. You have to understand that the reason why I look for these like larger retraces is because this is just people getting stopped out from this chop here, right? So we expect a lot of this move to get retraced because of how slow the action was before and then how immediate the drop was. So to me, it just looks like a very like classic crypto play, which is sideways action, stopping out this, and then rotating back up once these guys are stopped out because it's such an illiquid move. So now we just figure out if this is going to happen again for a new low. Just a liquidation. You watch the smaller time frame charts on like BTC, it's this action happens every 5 minutes. It's disgusting. Now we wait to see if we hold above, if we can get back over 73s and bid, or if sell side can push us back below 47s. Man, that must have been from a really long time ago. Surf and I trading on a Sunday is, how many years ago was that? True. Yes, coming back down into our ETH low, big test, see if we're going to be able to hold a higher low or if we're going to push below and see our sell side stick. Same thing with our 47s. Yes, sorry, NQ holding so far, but we need to see that recovery of our previous day value and get back over 73s for upside. Very choppy here. Not want to be on the wrong side of a trade here. I want to point out this is our range, right? We have a look below. We have a look back in, a rotation back up to the top of our range. We're now attempting to hold the low. So we either want to see someone get offsides above and then play a secondary move down like this with a confirmation that this buyer is no longer present, or we want to see a very strong just look below and hold regardless from here. But this is very similar to Mario's setup that he loves to trade, which is like a consolidation area, a liquidation, and now we're looking to see if someone can make a failure at the highs or a hold at the highs from here. If we fail, then we rotate back down, and then we look for a secondary leg below this point, continuation with someone offsides above. But until then, this is just, you want to be very careful because the potential to be trapped on the wrong side here is incredibly high with us holding our low and not making a new high yet. depends on your goal. I will not be participating in this move until I see cleaner action. There is a good chance that we can go up from here if we can hold over 73s. There's also a good chance that we come back down to those 14, right? Like that, it's literally a coin flip right now. The general direction is down, right? We have a minute 22 until new 15s. I'm watching to see if we can close below POC of this current candle, or if we're going to hold it as supportive and then hold that POC for into the new candle, right? So I'm gonna wait the minute, be patient here, and figure out what the hell we're gonna do. You do not want to be caught on the wrong side of this area. 50 seconds. Yeah. I just don't, it's too slow, man. Don't want to be on the wrong side. Liquidation candle. New 15s are opening. Held our 47s again on NQ. Back up to previous day value low here at 62. And we want to see willingness and acceptance over 73s for bids. And then it's just rotations back up to 500, our value edge. Below 47s, we're looking for 14. Chop, chop, chop. Surf, did you swing calls overnight with Sauce and I, or no? You didn't take them? Yeah, but I'm closed. I closed out in the morning for 70%. It was just I bought them after market close on voice and just said my strike and my expiration and what my idea was. I do not post stuff like that because you have a 15-minute window to actually take it. So if you're here, you're here. If you're not, you're not. Braxton's the one that does the swings with options. Yeah, the days that I'm here at like actually at open at 9:30 are the days that's because I have options open in the morning. Any other time, I'll just wait for 30 minutes for things to settle and then I'll come on. Yes, yeah. There's nothing worse than not looking in the morning and like you were in profit and then it went to 0 an hour later. Found a new Joe gif. It's just pixelated enough to be good. Oh, you've got a better pixelated one. That's us right now in this chop. Is that Eminem? Get us out of here. Yes, looks the best out of everything, which I hate to say. Really nice reclaim of our 610, pushing. Russell at NQ, very sideways still, just holding our pivots. Chopping around. I think within the next 30 minutes, we'll have a new trend. I'm hoping on the next 15-minute candle, 6 minutes, we'll have an uptrend starting to form with us holding POC. But, you know, it's a little early on. Back to our buyer absorption level at 73s. Need to see a reclaim of this and the ability to build above 500s for anything that's different than what we've been doing for the last hour. I feel like people forget, like, you can basically eat whatever you want and not gain weight. You just have to eat it in moderation. And like if you're exercising, even more so, like you don't even have to worry about nutrition. Especially if you're lifting. The dudes who are like actually lifting are eating so many calories. They are eating more than the morbidly obese people. It's just so easy to gain weight if you like live a stagnant lifestyle. Because like you just aren't burning any calories. But even with that, like you just watch how many calories you're taking in and you'll still lose weight sitting in a chair all day. It's not Will you be healthy? I don't know about that, but just a deficit. $73 rejection again on NQ, rotation back down. No change, still stuck here. Feels terrible. 1 minute and 40 seconds until new 15s. Full rotation off of the failure of 73s, back down to our 14s. Need to see a shift below, or this will bounce again here. To me, this really is. So, I mean, if you took 73s or the reoffer into previous day value low at 62s, good on you. I'm waiting it out. Waiting it out. It depends on how much money you have. A lot of platforms will not give you access to certain types of spreads if you don't have enough money in your account. So it really depends. If you are a small trader, Robinhood will give you access to basically all spreads that have a covered leg on them with like no money in your account. It's kind of crazy. Schwab will not. Need to have a bit more experience and a bit more capital to actually take advantage of spreads. I think IBKR is the same. So again, it really just depends on your capital I'm not sure how if Webull does spreads or not, like how what the requirements are. But I know Robinhood, you can take 3 spreads a week, no issue. Like no money in your account. TD is good, but it's a little expensive for spreads, in my opinion. And you need to get access to, so you might have to talk to support, and I don't know how good support is anymore on TD. I haven't had to work with them yet since the switch over to Schwab, but you just have to like ask them for access if you don't already have it. To I think it's like their level 3 options, and it's been a while. I'm not too sure. I think you need like level 3 options, trading status or something to have spreads. Do I use? I don't use Schwab that much anymore. I don't really trade options that much anymore. I have an E-Trade and I have a Schwab account now that TS has switched over, but don't really trade on those platforms at all. IBKR is good. It's a little expensive as well, though. Another hold of our 14s and rotation back up to 47. Same range, just like we talked about. ES as well, held our 605, rotation back up to previous week value low here at 13s. We are still trapped in this range. Change. Yeah, I think you can safely play Braxton's plays with a Robinhood account. I don't think that that's a bad option. He doesn't do anything crazy spread wise, so they're always like 2 leg basically, or 3 leg. If we're doing like flies, it's the most complex thing I've seen him do so far. And Robinhood will allow you to do that on a small account or a medium sized account, right? Like no problem. Just need to have margin on. Just remember that the reason why we switched over to futures is because of PDT, right? So you're gonna have 3 plays every 5 days. Take that are day trades if you want to close out for profit same day. Other than that, it doesn't really matter if it's a swing. I think that most of you should just use Robinhood, to be honest. Like, there's no reason not to. They allow, it works for what Braxton does. If you wanted to access his stuff. Well, it's 3 day trades, right? So if you open a trade and then take profit the same day, that counts as a day trade. If you open a trade and then you close the next day, it does not count, and you're fine. But you just want to keep that in mind, because if he meets a profit target, the same day, he's de-risking and you're keeping a risk on overnight, and then the play doesn't work the next day, you kind of are in a shit situation. So you just want to play around that with understanding that like if Braxton gives a play midday like he just did with AMD, like there's a good chance that he might get made his first profit target by end of day, and then it might go negative tomorrow, right? So when you do stuff like that, you really want to be either like taking trades closer to end of day and seeing if they're still valid, or trading in the morning for a day trade right into the afternoon. Just so you want to have context. You don't want to be in a situation where you feel like you have to hold something overnight because you're beholden to the PDT rules. That's the only thing I'm really getting at here, Bruce. Like that's the worst situation. Feels incredibly bad. Yeah, exactly. That's why I think Robinhood's really great because you can do it with like $200 of capital and take it out just because it uses the other legs. I just don't think you can definitely do butterflies. I don't think you can do anything more complex than that. And then, but like single legs, you can use as collateral. I don't think you can do anything like a box or like 4 or 5 legs work. I'm almost positive. They don't understand those plays. Back to our 73 here from our hold of 14s, no shift. Watching to see if we can look above this time and hold. Yes, from 605s back up to our 620. This is a full range retrace. Again, we are waiting to see if there will be a shift. Something worth noting is that Russell was able to make a new low and then has now made a high over our 2059. So if we can hold this, there's potential for more upside because we have the Russell now moving with the market here. But I again just want to see us really break out of here and show willingness to transact outside of our range. So far, there's been very little interest. Are people playing this range or are we just hanging out? 14 to 73, 73 to 14. Yeah, I get it. The way I recommend most of you guys, if you wanted to get back into options to trade, is to make like, and you've got like small accounts, is you take some of your money from your futures trading profits and make a Webull account and a Robinhood account. Take your Robinhood account and keep it on margin so you can play Braxton stuff that are multi-leg, and then use your Webull account and make it a cash account so that you can take scalps on naked options. And keep that account smaller in size. So if you think that there's going to be a really nice rotation on the day, you aren't going into your 3 day trades on your Robinhood, and you're leaving it just for spreads, and then you have access to a cash account that settles T1, right? And then you can do smaller scalps with that. But that you should have them separated, because if you have an account that's under 25K and you're trying to do both, you're putting yourself in a really bad predicament where you might have to, you might not have the day trades available to you, right? So you want to have the accounts separated for that reason. Like anything that's single leg, and you know that you're mostly like a single leg trader, like there's no reason to not be in a cash account. You're just kind of screwing yourself over. But if you do mostly spreads, then you should be in a margin account. You should only be doing spreads in that account. Hopefully that makes sense to you. But if you try to do both, like you just don't have enough trades at your disposal to have multiple positions open. And your risk is way too high not being able to potentially close a trade if some crazy news comes out. Like that trade goes to zero because you used your 3 day trades over a 5 day period, and now you're screwed. Why put yourself in that position when you can easily just open up a secondary account and split your capital in between the two? And for those that are like don't understand why cash for a single leg, is because you'll be able to use all of the cash that's settled, right? And the settlement period is 1 day. So the next day you'll be able to use that cash again to day trade as much as you want with that allotted amount of capital that you have at your disposal. You can use the full amount every day, as long as you're closing end of day, and then the next day it'll have settled. So it gives you a lot more opportunity to take smaller scalps. That's the beauty of a cash account. But margin, there's still a larger settlement window before you're allowed to take it. So you kind of screw yourself being on margin, which is I think how a lot of people lose money on Robinhood. It's because they try to day trade with the margin and cash, and then they get stuck in a trade that they don't want to be in. Oh boy. I don't know if I'm staying here the whole day, guys. We'll see. Sitting here for an like 2 hours of chop is kind of crazy. These guys in this other room are tempting me. Playing deadlock right now. Any fun plans for the Labor Day weekend? Nice long weekend. Sleep. Well, sounds like a good plan to me. Huge, Melito. What would you be going for grad? Will they let you do something remote or out of state, or would it have to be like local to your area? I've been really thinking about going back to school. Maybe law. I don't know. I'm in like a very interesting position where like I can take a step back from what I'm doing and kind of do what I want. And it'd be kind of cool to focus on things that I didn't think were possible before. I'm currently studying for a couple big tests for financial my spare time. Studying for my SIE right now, and then hopefully start to take some FINRA exams soon enough. Yeah, because if I move to New York, there's a good chance that I could actually get hired at a firm. So if I have my accreditations already, I'm in a much better position. But it's just an idea, but I might as well do it while I have spare time right now. Back down to our 14s, off another rejection of our 73s. Full range retrace again. Russell leading down this time. We'll see if we actually get a break or if this holds again. So the SIE was put into place just a few years ago, actually. It didn't exist before, but there was a problem in the financials industry where you had to already be working at a firm to get the accreditations that you needed to work at a firm. And the SIE was put into place to basically help give you a jump start to show that you are serious to get hired at a firm first place. Before that, like a lot of the FINRA exams, you can't take without a sponsorship from a firm already in place. So you were kind of like shit out of luck if you didn't get an internship from from college or something like that, or you like knew someone, daddy's friend, got you to, hired you in. So the SIE was to help prevent that or to give people an opportunity. So it just shows that you have an interest and you have basic understandings market. Watching this leg down into ADR here on ES and RTY. Bit more room down on NQ, but this is our next PT here off of a failure to hold 605s and 14. We're coming down. We're just watching our ADR edges for them to act as our low. If we do hold here, I could see this being kind of like the low day. So we'll see what happens. Expect a bit of volatility as we push into them. But I don't know, man. To me, this has been pretty untradeable. We'll watch to see if this holds as a low and we rotate back up. If this starts to like really accelerate, then there might be something on the next candle that we can play off of. But really just keeping an eye on these ADR areas as PTs for downside. You want to be limiting your risk here. If you did take a short from 73 or a continuation down, ADR is our average daily range, right? So unless we're going to breach that and hold it as resistance, it is always going to be a credible risk off signal. I'm sorry there hasn't been a lot of opportunity for the last like hour and a half, 2 hours. Ranges were established, and you're either willing to trade them or you're unwilling, and that's really it. Sometimes that's all we get. It's hard on extended weekends. Like the market, usually a bit more liquid, a bit more choppy, a little bit more sporadic, right? So not the greatest trading opportunity, especially also end of month. I think we had a couple really great trades in the morning, and then from like 11 onward, it's been a little mediocre. We're more like 10:30 onward. Yeah, and Mario's on the same page as me. It's just end of month, long weekend. It is what it is. Been in the same balance for over 10 days. It is rough.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Well, at least you got some movement going, it looks like.
I
Big
guess.
money are out by the league. We'll see if this is it. The curse of Mario. What's up, Cass?
Yeah, big money's on their yacht watching the planes go by, man.
Hello, Sauce.
Well, this is ADR across the board, Mario. I don't know. We'll see what happens, but this
Take a
is
day.
something.
Low tick of the day. I mean, I'd love to get out of the zone, but a higher time frame wise.
This is NQ now fully into ADR, trying to find buy side. Russell and ES below ADR, holding. Baking powder. Baking powder is how you bake wings. Very crispy.
Aldito with the true answer.
You get really crisp wings. Well, you dry them off, but yeah, baking powder is the catalyst that makes them crispy in an air fryer or an oven. So you just want to make sure they're not really wet. Just dry them off. And then you don't want to pre-marinate them. You want to just do like a salt, pepper, baking powder. So like probably like you're halfway through at least. Get an initial crisp on it, and then you could put a sauce on afterwards. But I prefer saucing afterwards, like once they're fully crisp. But baking powder will do a ton for you. It's insane. You could even do like a baking powder and cornstarch mix for an oven fry. And it would give you a really nice crispiness. Make sure your baking powder is aluminum free, so you're not eating. But other than that, easy. Get me out of here. Wings and pickle pizza on the same plate, like on the same, like the wings are a component of the pizza.
I looked away and I just assumed that was a Tom comment that I'm. It's from Horatio. I don't know how to feel.
I don't deep fry anything. I just use my air fryer, man. For wings. Some of like the best wings I've ever made just come out of my air fryer. It's baking powder, good sauce, easy. Lemon pepper wet. Yeah. Wings are stuffed inside the crust is crazy. Boneless wings?
Bone in. Only bone.
Bone in crust wings is crazy.
Only bone. No chicken meat. You strip the chicken meat and you stuff the crust with bones.
Uh, you might be onto something with that one. That is a true Horatio pizza.
Yeah.
Uh,
What is this structure? 05, 08. Interesting, the kind of like Globex structure divergence from ES and Q. We're back in the Globex range in Q, and ES is still quite below it.
my thesis for the rest of the day.
Not a bad thesis. Not a bad thesis.
I don't know. I think I have the best view in the city here for it actually, like better than being on the ground there. So I'm gone tomorrow for most of the day, so I won't be around. But maybe.
Can you see like even the runway and stuff from where you are? Or is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
obstructed? Oh yeah, okay. So you literally should just sell tickets to your apartment. What you
yeah,
should do next year is Airbnb your apartment for like $5 grand a night.
yeah. There's even like the top floor has like a viewing deck, so that's
Mhm.
it's very nice. There's no one flying right now. There was a warthog out earlier, and now there's nothing. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, probably. It's crazy. Like as soon as the market closed, they all went back to run like the runway. They stopped flying. It's like just the last 4 hours of stream. It was noisy, and then immediately they were done. I don't know. Personally, this price action is just like untradeable. Too slow. I'm so bad in slow markets. So I just don't touch them.
I've tried one trade today, and I got stopped out on literally the bottom tick
Feels bad.
of this like last move.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for some speed.
I've been waiting for 2 hours. Some speed. I guess 73 was a good level to play off of, and the projections down. There are only so many times I can play a zone before I lose my mind.
Yeah. Well, like even when I look at like lower time frame ES and I see it's really wicky, it's
Yeah.
like, oh boy, it's gonna be one of those.
Yeah, exactly. There's speed, but with no retest, and after 40 minutes of sideways, liquidation, and then retrace. I do like this ADR low though, and that held really well. Just need to see willingness to bid back over this 14 to 4 on it for upside. I think we can probably trade back. Ooh, what?
And that's a pass from me.
The hot fudge
Holy cows.
Sunday.
I'm definitely gonna buy some to try, but like, what's up, Minus? How you doing, man?
Oh boy. Why did they think that was a good idea?
Oh, did you see the outrage it caused? That's good marketing.
True, I did not see it, but yeah, I guess that's.
No. I mean, like, just what after the post, like everyone knows about it. Now,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, we're all very much aware of the hot fudge sundae water.
Is it sweet or is there no sweetness? Can it really be a hot fudge sundae if it's not like sweet?
It tastes so bad.
It
So I bought some. They were giving away samples. It was horrible. So I bought some.
does like $5 a can. No, it's sparkling water.
ES here, back to Globex low. LVN test prior auction here on NQ. RTY is still pretty stagnant. I love when you can tell Cass starts his weekend early after yesterday, because now everything is just beer. Tastes like carbonated Hershey syrup. I'm just making fun of you, Cass.
Their branding makes it look like alcohol. It's on purpose, Cass. Actually. I think that's part of the point of it is that the founder wanted to make something that didn't look It's like a man brand, I guess is the best way to put it, for sparkling water. So they called it Liquid Death. Made it as like metal as possible. That's crazy. They gave out a full size bottle or a can for a sample.
They're like looking at like pallets and pallets of inventory, and they're like, "How do we get rid of it?" This ain't it. Primary node here on ES appears as if this 15 to 30 higher time frame pivot is still reactionary, and we're coming back up into it.
And not taking shorts at ADR is one of the best practices I put into place for myself. Like, why don't do it? It's never worth. It's never worth. But below 93s, I could see a retest into 93s, but you don't really get downside action until we push below and hold below 80s on NQ. I really like to just see this move into 60s off of this ADR move, like I was talking about. But really, your sell side acceleration is now below 80s on. Got some trapped sellers down here into this low. So until we see them show a willingness to transact below this point and hold it, it's going to be pretty rough. Here's our target into 60s here. From our push and hold over 14 to 24. Got to make that a sticker, Mario.
Yeah.
It's pretty peak. So again, this like 60 to 73 area is where we've been seeing absorption being taken place. So you want to be moving your stops up if you are in a long, if you've been playing this move. if we can actually build over 73s, this is actually a really nice bottom spin, like the start of a bottom that we could start to see like a trend form off of. Maybe a retest into like 40s and then a continuation if 73s hold as resistance. But I'm really curious to see what happens the next 2.5 minutes here. We can now see like a hold of this POC, right? A bid, step in. I'm not going to be looking for anything until we get over the 60 to 73. But just understand that this has potential.
I thought you would appreciate that one, Sauce.
This is our ES value edge test, as well as our pivot on NQ. So big test here. Can ES get back inside value and recover our previous week value low here, as well as our daily value edge? Can NQ build here and be able to push over this 60 to 73 for this rotation back up to retest our primary seller at 500s? We have 50 seconds until new 15s. Club, the ADR indicator is one of our indicators, but there's probably a free one that you can get on TradingView. I don't know any by name. It's built into our indicator pack. Same with all of these like previous day value lows. All of these levels are all built in. So all of this is all calculated for you. Definitely worth. See if we can start to build above POC here. Very important. Start to show willingness to transact up here from buyers. Understand that if we don't see a very strong hold of POC and like a look into it here for previous candle, that there is not a lot of structure in between our pivots, right? We've been rotating between 73 and this 14. No real in-betweens. So like we want to see a pretty significant bid be able to hold us here and look over, or rotations back down make a lot of sense with how poor our structure is between. So really want to see some active buying happening, where things have a lot of potential to kind of come back to a steeper retrace. I'm trying to like see any level that's worth looking for. Maybe again like that 440. If not, then it's just a full rotation. Like the reason why I like this area a lot is previous day value low is here on NQ, right? At this 60. in our weekly value lows here. So like if we want to recover this off of a hold of an ADR with a seller being offsides at 380, like we have a lot of pressure to push back up, especially to just target like our 500 level. And like a shift over 500s gives us another like 40 above if 500s go supportive. But until then, right, like that's a pretty hard resistance. Same thing with ES. Like we really want to be aware of this recovery of our value level for a rotation. So like first PT would be into 620 if we can hold this edge now. And then above that, it's just rotating back up to our day open.
What a sweeper.
Yeah, right into our 500s. An immediate sell side, right? So very nice hold of POC from previous candle, showing us the start of a potential trend with buy side now interacting up at our highs. Big look over and pushing back into that sell side absorption that we saw at 500s. The ability to build back above our 15-minute VWAP will be huge for that upside potential to rotate back in our 30-second opening range, back up at 48.64. Until then, this is just going to have to build, I think. Got to see if the seller's going. Mario, I made a second to Steam account last night, so if I get banned, I can just flip over to the other one, and I can keep
That's
playing.
nice. Yeah, for the stupid leave bans.
Yeah. Waiting 30 minutes was brutal last night, bro. Like,
So stupid. Well, I saw you guys tried to play one more game, and then like the same thing happened.
oh yeah,
And I was like, I'm glad I got off.
yeah.
Like,
And then our next game after that was just atrocious. It's like it's just not even worth.
well, the one that you missed was like actually the only good game.
Of course, yeah, classic.
Like I went 11-0 and Merman went like 18-0. And we just like steamrolled.
Love that. All right. Is there anything that we can play off of here? And we're basically just coming back down its value, watching to see if this like 68 to 60 can hold. That's basically all that I see short term. Can we here? Watching this POC. Oh, sorry, this one down here. 7 minutes left on this candle is a little rough. So we got like most of the move that we were expecting in this next 7 minutes in one single burst into 500s. To give context on how to see this on Footprint, I just want to show this shift and like why 500 made a really nice target, and like that shift of our POCs. So we can see like that seller trapped into the lows at 380, and then us holding and bidding off of our POC off of that that lower candle, right, with that seller below. It's our good first sign. And that's when I started to get excited of like, oh, okay, like yeah, there might actually be something here. And now we can see that we're trying to bid off of POC of this next, this previous candle at this 60, right? And we can see that absorption that took place into 500s, as well as our 15-minute VWAP, which is that green line there. So like it made for a really nice targeting area of like where we should be expecting sell side to be located. And there's not a ton here, right, until we can build above that. It's just a rotation back to the highest of our range. Let me know if there's any questions about that chart I just posted. Posted here. Right, so we have someone caught off sides at the lows. We're holding above POC. Next candle opens, retests into it, pushes off of it. Next candle opens, pushes off of POC. Got this absorption that's very clear here into this this 730. Sorry, 73 to 500 area with our VWAP above. So I'm just looking at that as our target. And if we can start to build above, right, then we have ways to kind of move. But until then, we're at resistance. Yes. We had a seller push us below at that 521, right? So we had a break of structure, and then we had a seller really start to move price below, and then we saw absorption take place into the 11 o'clock candle at that 500 for rotations down. I think the break of structure is pretty clear if you scroll back to that like 516, 520 area. Let's do that. Right, so what do we have here? Right, we have this break and then this rotation below. So this area now is sell side, this stacked imbalance that we created on Footprint. You see what I mean, Patel? So then when we push below this, we then, what do? We push down, we came back up to retest this, and then saw very clear absorption into these highs with these these green deltas here. And all we did was test into that sell side and then immediately reject. And then we've been pushing down ever since until we push down into these buy side deltas that are here, right? Into our 14s. And that was why that was our lower target for this move. And then once we pushed below these 14s, we went down to our ADR. And then from there, we saw a seller offsides. And then we saw a POC shift where we were able to build above. Right? And that's the start of being like, oh, okay. So we have a trapped seller below POC with price building above POC, which gives a lot of potential for movement because they're offsides and most transactions are now happening above them, right? So we have an active buyer who's stepping in above these trapped sellers at the lows. And so it's like, oh, okay, now there's potential for us to rotate back up through this range. And now we're seeing on the next candle, right, POC holding a supportive for that move back up to the sell side from the original sell push down. Hopefully that makes a lot more sense. New 15's opening now.
Gib, higher high.
Yeah, so that is strong. That's where you expect sell side liquidity to stand. So what you usually expect to happen, if you go back and you look in those areas, unless we're doing some like crazy shift, we kind of expect chop to be here, right? Because we have to eat through all of these sell side orders that are resting here. So a lot of the time we'll see a pretty slow build in an area with a stacked imbalance in place because we are filling passive sell orders that are resting here. So we should not expect continuation until we can get through them and we see an active buyer stepping in to retest that area or like push through. You should think of it as passive liquidity just resting there, which is why we have it labeled as seller absorption. So yes, so what does that mean? So well, in your example, it's a little different. But what do we see there? We see a pretty active seller slamming price down here, right? So we have buyers who are pretty active at this 28 to 60, uh, sorry, this 58 to 67 area, and that's where we should be looking for buyers to be participating. But we are just going to oscillate until we figure out if these buyers are no longer interested at this low, or if these sellers are no longer interested at this high, right? So we're chopping in between these two zones until we either show a willingness for sellers to push us below, and then we can rotate back down to 14s, or we push above, and then we can actively move up to our next area of sell side, right? But until then, you're just kind of like trapped in chop here until someone gives, right? Because we know that there's a seller who is not offsides, who is in control from up high into this 90 to 500. But we also know that there's an active bid at this like 60 area. So you wait for a break and a retest of either one of those to show a willingness to break out, or you're just stuck in a range for right now. At least that's how I view it. To me, it makes the most sense doing it like that. It's like again, like when you go into a trade, it's like determining where's current buyer value, where's current seller value, right? And where are we in relation to those areas? And what happens if buyers are no longer present at that value, right? It's like, where were they before that? Okay, well, if there's nothing there for another, 30 points below, then we have to be really careful. So like buyers step in here. What we would want to see, like the best case scenario, is sell side gets trapped here into these lows, buyers reclaim, and rotate us back up to retest sellers at the highs. But what happens if buyers don't show their hand here and sell side is able to hold us below this POC, right? Okay, well now we have the potential to rotate down because now buyers have shown that there's not enough interest here for us to hold. I will be right back.
What's these node edges on continuation? Like back towards 10 ES, 50 in Q.
So we really want to see someone get trapped down here if longs are going to be able to hold, not just do a oscillation back down. Want to see some sellers get trapped and then see a recovery. Very clear downtrend, right? You need to see someone get trapped down into these lows and then recover level this previous day value low for upside, or sell side seems very likely, right, to rotate down. Really keeping an eye on footprint here and how we interact area. Sellers really need to show a willingness to hold below now, where they have there's a lot of potential to trap them. Want to see like some acceleration for sellers, or buyers recover and be able to push above.
And Q back POC, the edge test. Alright, ES to get there. With the look below is now retesting auction. We want to see higher highs at the end of this rotation, lower highs, and
73 is my pivot here.
smacked.
POC from previous candle. Can we build above with sell side being a little trapped below? If so, then this is probably good. Patient back up.
And still NQ trade there, 25 points.
Minute 50 until new 15s. Holding 73 offer still. Thirty seconds. The contract. Like 120 that just got absorbed into that.
So your ESPOC 15's traded.
I do not have a lot of faith in this yet. There's clearly someone trying to buy this, but I need to see that look for 500.
Tesla, big move. 3 minutes here till new 15s. Tick still holding under 0. Obviously maintaining same POC auction here. NQ auctioning above, ES auctioning below, but node structure basically same.
Uh, 50 seconds until the 15s. Pretty stagnant action. Someone just really getting absorbed here. There's not really much to say other than that. I'm unsure which way we go. I still want to see that move over 500 if we're going to go long. Don't really want to be transacting here. I don't see any one to play off of sell side that's offsides yet for sense. 500s, or if we dip below for like and see someone get stuffed. It's just kind of stagnant. 13 seconds. That whiskey, little book.
It's one of like the Jim Beam like specialty distillery things. Alright, this is it, right? This is the time.
If we have enough trapped yet, maybe. I'll hold over
Where's
60s now. Push over 73.
Tesla is still trying to go here. I just want to see 20s trade ES. Maybe next time.
The longer we sit here, the more with like likely 40s seems for like trapped liquidity, and then the pop is going to happen. I don't like that we rejected 73 so like clearly. Just sideways. It's probably like 120, 150 ratio. Wouldn't expect it to be too much more if it's like a Jim Beam off brand.
Oh, those are expensive.
Are they?
Yeah, that's like a $200 bottle.
Little
That's like, have you ever gone to like a nicer bar and seen like Basil Hayden's?
it's 150.
You're familiar
Yeah.
with that? Like
50.
Basil Hayden's is also out of like the Jim Beam distillery.
Yeah, so I mean I was right, like 150. $95 out of 100 ratings. Trying to think of any other brands that have like that high of a rating for bottle. F3. Name the opening. The Ligma opening. Yeah, clearly. They knew what they were doing.
Getting a little tick lift here. Top of ranges.
Pretty garbage opening. I'm not gonna lie. That's a good one. That's what that should be called. Divorce variation is great. Have you when action is this liquid? There's just like no edge on a 50-second chart on ES. 30 seconds there just because that's the lowest time frame that the 30-second opening range chart will work. But honestly, like this could be on a 1 minute, 5 minute. ES just doesn't move, so it doesn't really matter. But 30 seconds is the lowest time frame the 30-second opening indicates on. I actually trade on 15-second chart on NQ, so that's why it's on that. But I like the signals that the 30-second gives with stacked, so that I leave it on that usually for ES and RTY because I think they give pretty good potential topping signals early on. But so like this is a stacked signal here on Russell at this high. This is a stacked low signal on the 30-second. Oh, it's the 1 minute. But it gives me like initial weakness signals here. Say initial strength signals. I like looking at these. So I usually keep it on the 30. The 1 minute looks good, but they're a little delayed comparatively. So that's usually why I have them on a smaller time frame. It's just because a lot of our indicators work well those time frames. We got our another rejection R73 and then liquidity into 40s. We'll see if that's enough or if we need to do the rotation. The absorption at 73 is crazy. I don't really see enough sell side garner much interest from 40s yet. I'm watching our reaction back into 60 on offer to see if sell side's going to sit there off of this move for one more leg down. If 60s holds, then I'd expect a little bit of a steeper push down. Just gonna keep an eye on this area. This wick didn't have enough interest for me to like really believe in the move, but there is a seller at 60 that I do. I think Braxton answered it. 1 minute's fine on NQ. It just really depends on your trading. I think Surf answered it as well. I find the 15-second chart to have a lot of correlation with the DOM, and I'm a DOM trader. So I like to see a lot of the like the rebidding and reoffers that I'm looking for on the DOM on the chart as well. I think second does a really good job of showing that. So I like to have that on, especially when I'm narrating, because I'm usually narrating the DOM action. So like to me, if you can visualize that on the 15-second chart on stream, I think it's a great. It's definitely not for everyone. Definitely might want to try a higher time. I think that these charts are too noisy. Understand that most of our trades that we actually take are based off of the 15-minute footprint chart, but our execution levels are based off of smaller time frame second. But like the levels that we extrapolate from that are usually from 15-minute. Here's that secondary leg down. Still not seeing enough trapped participants yet. Other than, of course, the buyers that are heavily trapped in 573. For trading in after hours, I don't know, man. I would avoid after hours trading unless you are gonna do like the London session. I just don't think the Asia session's worth it.
It's not.
If you want to trade Globex, then trade London. Anything. It's at least a bit more liquid. I don't know enough about oil to know if it's active. Globex. It's already pretty choppy and pretty illiquid in regular hours, so I'm assuming that it's pretty garbage. But I don't know enough to give you a real answer. If I ever trade Globex, I'm trading in London.
Like, if you're trying to regularly trade Globex, everyone has, but you just, your mindset's not right for what you're trying to do. Like,
There are times in the market where trading Globex makes a lot of sense when we're getting our
Yeah.
moves overnight, and then there are times where it's completely and totally a waste of your time. And it's very clear when those markets are happening. Like when you see that we're gapping up on a daily basis and we're stagnant during our regular market sessions, like that's when you want to start looking at Globex. When we are balanced in regular trading hours, because all of your moves are happening. Other than that, like it's not even worth waste your time.
there's probably like 5 to 10 days a year, I feel like. Maybe a little more.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe a little more, but
Probably like 20 in
yeah.
total. I don't know. You might want to try like forex, if anything. Those markets are pretty liquid, and they're worldwide, right? But I don't have any experience in forex. But I know that a lot of forex traders are not from the United States, so the markets are pretty liquid all hours.
This is ES is making a full auction rotation here while NQ is testing the lows of this auction and struggling to get in. See if there's a lead there. RTY put a higher high in of this like past hour, not of anything else, but
Just retesting this 60 offer
yeah.
40s. Can you apply these same concepts to forex? You can, but like yes, is the flat answer. You definitely can use AD for forex. The problem with forex is that it is incredibly volatile based off of news and with like pair interactions. So there's a lot more going on in the sense of like what you need to know. And I don't know enough to give you an educated answer. But I do know that like there's a lot of trades that you need to understand the relationships of to make it like you need to understand like what currencies are weak against a strong Japanese currency, right? Like against a yen. You need to understand like when things are going up, what other trade opportunities you have at your disposal. Like what are the good pairs that are that usually run off of each other or completely divergent. And I know pairs matter quite a bit. And that's like base level knowledge for a forex trader. I just am not that. But I know in crypto it works very similar. Like you'll have pairs that run in complete reverse or together, and sometimes like the movements are better. So like if the yen's running, for example, there might be a currency that actually is better performing when the yen is running, and you want to be trading that instead of the yen. Just like in crypto, where like, oh, Bitcoin's going up, but is there an altcoin that performs just as performs percentage wise better when Bitcoin is running that you could be trading instead? I know that those kind of relationships matter a lot for those markets. But yeah, anything that has volume, that's liquid, and has transactions trading, and it's a liquid name with volume. Auction market theory. It is an auction, so it all should work in all markets. I think Tom occasionally does, Dan, but I haven't touched gold. I have yet to have a need to diverge from what I trade. NQ, RTY, ES. Give me everything I need. I think you'll find that most traders usually stick with instruments and just trade that. Don't really mess with anything else. So once you find that thing that you have a good read on, you kind of just stick with it. Some people only trade ES. Some people only trade NQ.
Q top of range, still looking for 20, or ES top of range, still looking for 20. We want NQ back to this POC here.
You gotta see NQ over 73 off this move, or sell side is just gonna move down to the 60 and absorb here. It's even worse for buyers. We gotta hold. What a crawl.
Yeah.
Yeah. And something I just want to add, I think that there probably is a lot of potential for higher time frame trading on Globex, but for the way that I trade, it doesn't work at all because it's not liquid enough for the moves that I want. When the action looks like this in Globex, where it's so slow,
I personally do not have the patience or the willingness to put on risk for long periods of time with choppy action. I just don't. So like for me, it's a lot of the time Globex is completely irrelevant. There are probably traders out there that are using, you know, a 30-minute or an hour or a 4-hour and are willing to put on leverage and hold a position in drawdown just in a zone. But I personally do not trade like that. I'm not willing to have trades that go, you know, 50 points against me before the move goes up. It's just not me. And I think for a lot of those like larger swing moves, you kind of have to have a larger risk profile. Whereas like I try to spend the least amount of time in the market as possible. Exposure wise. Yeah. The only time. Like I'm already up like 200 points on the trade, or like we saw some sort of like volatile move into a zone that I really liked, and then I'm willing to hold for break even. Only time you'll see me swing. You will never see me swing in negative position, looking for it to go positive. That's crazy. The only thing I'll do that with is options. Mario and I had this conversation last night where I was like, after Dubs asked me like when my last red day was, and it's like, well, you need to understand, like, I am trading such a small size compared to account size that it would be like you guys trading like half a micro contract on a 100K account, right? Like when I take red trades, I'm not letting them go against me hundreds of points. Like I'm cutting for $200 loss, $500 loss, and then we wait for our next setup and we make that back in a single trade, right? Like I'm not letting leverage destroy my account. I'm not trading 30 lots, so my negatives are very small in comparison to our overall wins. But like with options, like if I'm swinging, like things, you know, chop sideways. We have to deal with all of the Greeks, right? And so like we will have red days because we have longer term setups and things chop around before we actually get moves. But with futures, like I'm trying to be as accurate as possible and also trading as small of a size as possible and just compound. It's a very different style of trading. I don't understand how people can leave huge risk on and leverage it. I usually trade 2 contracts at a time, Dan. If I'm in a major trade or if like I'll add to a position, my overall contract size is usually 5 lots nowadays. If I can add at a decent net level, but my usual size is 2 contracts, and I usually go in 1 lot at a time unless I see something that I'm pretty confident in. And I don't go over that. I stick to those rules.
This high or low here is going to be very important for our buy side. You basically need to like get out of this auction now. I'll probably give up on longs if we don't lift on this new 15.
Well, it's just like you have to get out of the mentality that you're going to get like rich overnight and all of a sudden things start to work out a lot better. If you just start looking to compound and grow, keep your risk in perspective, things tend to work out a lot better than trying to use all of your leverage possible on every single trade. Like you might have some banger trades, but your losses are going to destroy you. At no point should a single loss or multiple losses like put you in at risk for your account.
No.
No.
Well, it's not YOLO. It's not about YOLO trades. It's about actually sizing down, Dan. Like, if you make like $100 a day, you're adding an extra like 25K to your life. But people don't view it like that. And like, if you can add an average $500 a day, which is not that hard with futures, it's really not that difficult. And that's not even with minis, with micros. It's like 2 decent trades a day, and you're done. You're adding $100,000 to your life year over year. And that's like actually how you change your trajectory.
Yeah, but instead you get the $500 and then
Yeah.
it's not good enough, and then you give it all back instead of closing out and just allowing yourself to compound those gains.
Yeah, and then you're down 600 dubs. But that's like, there's no reason to be greedy when you're literally given money by clicking button, you know.
Yeah, down to break even or negative, and then what are you trying to do? Make it back.
Yeah, then you tilt out and you size up, and there it is. You're done skis. You already lost.
And that's a very different outlook than a lot of other traders have. And they'll be like, "I'll stay in all day. I'll do whatever." Like there might be another setup. And even in that video we watched in what like 2 classes ago, like he
Yeah, and
even
he's
said
like, you
was
gotta
like,
push into the end of the month. I disagree with that completely.
like
I well,
some
I
people are built
understand.
different, but
I understand why the Axie guy was saying it, because those are fund traders,
yeah,
and like the risk isn't theirs.
yes.
So it's a very different thing when you're trading a company's risk versus your own. Your performance metrics are very different as well.
Also, like they're already in a position where they have a job, they're trading someone else's capital, and this is a secondary goal for them, right? Like, but for you, like your job is preservation, right? Like, your job is to compound and preserve and the next day. And so you take your smaller wins until you have enough of a cushion where you can take larger risk, right? And until then, like you don't, there's no need. I can't stress it enough. You got to get to a place where you are comfortable. I'm gonna grab some water.
motion. If we fail to break, it is pretty likely how long we've been sitting here. It's up to buyers right now. And they can hold and actually show a push. Or if they're going to get absorbed here again. There's zero interest above, then yeah, it's pretty likely that we at least come back down to like that 80 to 90 area. Oh, it just started. Sudden. The reverse is also true if we can push for this absorption. So like sell side really needs to be able to hold this 90 to 500. But if we're able to push over and we actually see someone step in, like we have room 80 points up. So it's really just how do we react into this pivot. If there's zero interest, then there's zero interest, right? Like, get back down to price value. But if all of this absorption is being taken place and we're able to push over it and see a bid, we have room to accelerate. So coin flip, still proven otherwise. Probably explains why there's been no planes out today. Saw this storm coming in. This hopefully it ends soon. I was supposed to go help my friend move into his new place today. You not want to do that in the rain.
Not trying to move.
I've been helping this guy pack for like
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think that's true. I think you're telling the truth.
It's like doing one room at a time with him. My man is a hoarder. But
It's got a lot of cool stuff, man.
Yeah, too much stuff. He's a novelty item buyer.
Ah, lovely.
But they finally got their new place and they're today. But it is ring rate. So whoops. Do my friends trade? No. No one I know outside of this community trades. They all refuse. My brothers refuse, my friends refuse. They all have their own stuff. You have to understand that like most of my friends are all artists. So this is like the bane of their existence. This is like peak capitalism. They're like trying to tell me about their spiritual journey they just had.
Can NQ lift out of here like ES? Hello?
How do you guys make friends nowadays? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's tough. We've got this place that I go to occasionally where it's like just board games and it's a bar. You can like sit down and they have like a ton of different games that you can play inside the location. And I go to that occasionally and I've met some really cool off of that. So you like go to a random table or you can go with a group of friends and then there will be another group that's there. And, like you can play like Catan or like, you know, some like bigger like 40K games or like D&D stuff. I'll do that. Like that's pretty nerdy, but like at least I know that they have similar hobbies, you know. So like we have something in common. Other than that, I have no clue how you meet new people. Other than like Discord, right? If you are like living in a city, there's an app called Meetup that's really good if you have actual interests and hobbies. Usually like Meetup has a ton of groups of things that like you actually have in common with people. I go to this thing called Socrates Cafe, which is basically like debates or like big conversations with a topic. Just follows like the Socrates principles of how you communicate there. That's usually pretty nice to like actually have a communication with someone that isn't your family. It's on the opposite side of the political spectrum and it just turns into an argument. But like other than that, I don't do it. I just heard about this app the other day. Shit, what is it called? I was thinking about checking it out. See if I can find it. Shoot, I can't find it. It's basically it's a survey, so it's like this big questionnaire and it asks what industry you're in, what some of your hobbies are, your age, what kind of food you like, and it puts together these group dinners with likely people that you'd have stuff in common with. That's random at these like the top restaurants in the city, and you can choose your budget as well. And it basically just puts together a group of people that they think you'd have similar interests with, and you just meet up at a random location. And then after that dinner, all of the people from all of the separate dinners then meet up at a singular bar with like cheaper drinks that's being sponsored by the app.
and then you go there and like hang out with those groups. I haven't done it, but I saw that on Instagram the other day, and I thought that was an interesting concept. Yeah, I don't know. That's a little too social for me personally.
Sauce is in. He's very interested.
See if I can find the name. Oh, Time Left is what it's called. So if you live in a city, like this could be big. But I am way too introverted for this. But I like the concept. I think Meetup is by far the best way to meet like-minded people. Because like I go to a game design one occasionally. I go to like this one called Socrates Cafe where you like talk about things, like that kind of stuff. I know the people there have similar interests. Like if I that's a way less daunting task than go to a bar and try. That could never be me. But I'm a huge proponent of just doing the things you like. My dad has been doing a D&D game online with his some friends that he met that were paying him originally to be the DM for this D&D game. And it was going on for like 2.5 years, and they became really good friends. And they're from like the UK, they're from some people in the United States, and they've just been doing this on a weekly basis for 2 years. And then they just made a new game and they're playing. And for his birthday in September, they're actually all flying into Cleveland for a week and a half to hang out with him. So like he's over 50, and like these guys that are all different ages are coming in, flying into the country to hang out. So like don't think that you can always meet new people. You just have to do shit that you care about. Trying to meet people at a bar randomly is like probably the worst way to meet people that you like actually have common interest with. Yeah, it's insane that it's happening. I mean, he's ecstatic. His girlfriend arranged the whole thing. I feel bad that they're coming into Cleveland for it, you know, but it is super cool that it's happening. Yeah, I mean, like organic friendships are the best friendships. That's why these dating apps suck. It's just like it's not there. You don't. Organic connections are just so much stronger. It's for work. So you're like, you work from home, bud. Hard maybes from an introvert means hell no. key here is to not do something that he isn't already doing himself. You have to be like, let's go climbing when you're already climbing, right? You like meet him there. So then he's just doing something that he was already gonna do, but you're there. There's nothing worse to an introvert than like something that you don't want to do in the first place and a place that is out of like comfort zone. Yeah, golfing sounds like hell to me. Like no shade, out in the
Big golfer.
sun. Like, oh my god.
Massive golfer.
Holy. That's awesome. Pretty. I don't know either. I don't know how people go outside if it's over 80 degrees, to be honest. Yeah, it's the only way. I don't know how, I don't know. Like all of my friendships from pre high school, even into high school, where I like don't really share interests with them, but I just like knew them as a childhood friend. It's so hard to keep those relationships from like stagnating.
Yeah.
Just, like, what's there to talk about? I don't know. Especially once they have kids, man. Like it's over. Because then I like actually have nothing in common with you. Into our 500s here. Big test. Big test. Weird.
Flat here on my long.
Yeah. It's, I'm thinking about it.
I'm just over it.
Yeah. I get you. I am flat as well. We'll see if we get a push and I can get a secondary move. But I am more than happy to re-enter if we get speed. Maybe. Like I wouldn't avoid you, but I also like don't know if I'd be free, you know?
He's gonna avoid you. Was just a nice way to say it, Darian. I would avoid you too if it makes you feel some solace.
I'm not a big everywhere I would take you, there's lots of gluten, you know?
True. That's the big problem. I love that. That just made my day.
Like
There's too much glue. You want to go to the bakery, Darian?
like, all of the food I eat is like Asian, bro. Like I don't know. Like you can't even have soy sauce. Like what am I supposed to do? Where do I take you? If we can build here, I'll re-enter for a rotation up to 550. But I need to see some willingness. This 98 to 506 is where we're really looking for a bid to be able to maintain. We don't see a willing buyer to really hold here. We're not looking great. You guys seen those subs that are made like in the core of a pickle?
Oh, and I don't want to. Hello?
They're like Italian sandwiches, but instead of bread, you're using like this giant pickle.
That's crazy. Sounds racist.
Yeah, look at these things. Like it probably slaps, I'm not gonna lie, but like where are they finding these pickles? Thing's huge.
Yeah, I don't know about that. A side of pickle juice. Dude, the big thing at the Minnesota State Fair this year is like deep fried ranch.
What?
And I don't know. People say it's good. I'm not a big ranch guy personally, but
Are you
I'm not
deep
excited.
frying a liquid?
I don't know. I think it's just like, I don't know. I'll find it.
You're growing cucumbers that big? That's crazy. Okay, that angle, bud. Why would you do that? I'm out 1 here from 98. Looking for a move over 15s for continuation potential.
This last 15 until final hour.
My average trade time down there is like 2.5 hours. That feels so bad. Holding through that was was rough. Actually, no, I just lied to you. It was 2 hours. 390 to 497.
I think that was about mine. Oh no, mine was only 30 minutes. It felt like 2 hours.
I tried to add in that the 73, and then I just moved my average up, and then I just stayed in it. Like, this is either happening or it's not.
I had one of these good ones earlier though.
Oh my god. Always devastating.
Classic. Dude, can you? Fine, I will Google it for you.
You focus and find the ranch.
No, you guys didn't know how to use Google. Dude, if you type Minnesota State Fair and then FR, the first thing that comes up is fried ranch.
I just got stopped there on my last runner. See if we get another move, but that failure at 15s is pretty rough. Might wait until we push over 15. I'll try small again if we push into 98, or just wait for 15 to hold.
Welcome, Camille. Anything for you, buddy. This is outrageous. You dip them in pizza? That's hilarious. I don't know. I think you just eat it and hate your life.
Wait, it's like a jalapeno popper, but no jalapeno.
Yeah, it's ranch.
That just
Deep fry
sounds like,
everything.
yeah, it's gonna burn my mouth. How do you 15 test here again? Got stopped out in the bottom tick. Huge. Ooh, that looks good. I don't know what it is, but it looks good.
This hold was really good. Me getting stopped out of there was stupid. We're holding value from previous candle. Everything is doing what it needs to. We're holding above VWAP. Just need to see this clear break above. See if we get some movement here. Out one here from 15. Is ES into our value edge, and Russell into VWAP and ETH low.
Wish this could have happened like an hour ago. Though we could have done this again during this hour.
Risking off into 500 made complete sense.
Yeah,
So now playing off of it makes sense.
I agree. Well, you're starting to see underlying like some pressure. Like Apple rotated, Microsoft's almost rotating, Nvidia higher high.
I'm looking for the 30-second opening. Let's see. It's this blue box above, or the blue line, 45 to 65. Hopefully we don't have to retest 15s first. That would suck. I'm in a trade from 15. I got stopped out at 98 like an idiot. Even though I said look for it to hold. I sold into 15. It's the first time and stopped out break low and then got back in at 15. Hyper stopped one into 40. Now I'm in a runner. No. Maybe if we look into 15. Kind of in the middle of nowhere right now. previous day value low test here on RTY. Gonna see if we get our bid here. Yeah, I would love to see that hold. Looking for this to basically bid, come into our 36. Sell side gets pretty strong under 98. Three minutes, 4 minutes until new 15s. See if a bid can step in here, or if we're gonna rotate back. Not very aggressive yet. Sell side still in control on the ladder. I like to see us over 25s for confirmation. This is just going to be 6 points and then flat for one more leg down. Not trying to play this slowdown game again.
Nope.
Really nice bounce on Russell. I wish NQ would follow suit. Retesting our ETH low here. Watching to see if offer sticks on Russell into ETH low. 25 still holding its resistance on NQ.
Gonna take a lot for ES to push off this 30.
I've exited 2 into 25s for 10. One runner left. Just de-risking a little because of how slow we're moving. I'm gonna hold stop below 509 and then targeting 48 above or 45 above. Right there. Two 15s, we're just holding POC, right? Like there's nothing. Need to see acceptance over 25s for anything more. Looked into it, immediately saw the seller. That's why I've de-risked 2. I have 1 left. So I've taken 20 points out. I have 10 points of risk below me. Actually, not even. I have 6 points on my final contract. So it'll be like a little bit above break even, but basically just a scratch. This doesn't hold. Suit. And this afternoon has been tiring.
What do we got? I probably won't be touching anything and just kind of watch these last hour flows come in. I would not be surprised if we see something funky end of month. But you have to assume that everyone is long, so if there are rolls, you might see some weakness from it. Which means we probably just keep going up. You know?
Back to 15s here. I might get stopped. We'll see. I'm not adding. Either I get stopped and we reevaluate, or this holds. We chop here and then we go up. Right? Like I've already de-risked. We caught that it was slowing down there at 25s relatively soon. Take off risk. No, just let it run. Yeah, same. Sucks that I got stopped out there. I don't know what I was thinking. Should have just moved it below 97. It's the problem when you try to do break even on runners. Sometimes you just
Yeah,
is what it
your
is.
average just gets funky and then it's
Yeah.
just fucked.
Another 15 to top of range here. No change. Everything holding that needs to. See if we can hold above 25s now, ideally. Love to see this rotation into 48. But feel free to take your 12 points. Huge 12-pointer. I could have been playing Deadlock for the last 3 hours, but instead I sat here with you guys and talked about nothing.
Nothing.
What did we even talk about? Random. So random.
Nothing.
Fried ranch, yeah. Meeting friends.
Big fried range guy.
Mm. All right, Russell, find a low. You got this. Halfway back, right? Surely. We're not going anywhere if Russell doesn't find a low. Wait, why did Rory come in here and say hello and then never say anything else?
Because he's
Remember that.
Rory? I don't know, I think Kind of what he does, you know?
True, true. Well, Dino is on one today. Mm. Darian needs to remember that he has to be able to take what he dishes out. The man is the ultimate
He's not very
spray
good at
giver.
that. Yeah. He reminds me of like a 3-year-old child. You know? A lot of screaming, gnashing of teeth, kicking of feet. I don't know if it's a bit harsh, but
All right, I'm pussying out here. I'm stopping out here at 15s. Just gonna take the break even and wait for this chop to end. I'm not sitting in another trade for 40 minutes.
at this point, it's like it's kind of chill. That would have been my stop right there into 509. Back to our buy zone of 506 to 98. Let's see if we can absorb here and push back over 15s, or if it flips to offer for a rotation down. This is our VWAP test on the 15. Russell still leading down with potential resistance now at previous day value low. If we can't find a low, it's going to be real tough to do anything actionable here. On the buy side. Later, Darian. Have a good weekend, man. Good hold so far, but need to see that look back over 15s, or we'll have two stacked POCs above us, which is not a great sign, with Russell still falling. Yes, holding where it needs to. Previous week POC here, no change. Just gonna wait for some things to reclaim and show a bit of willingness to bid. We have 35 seconds until new 15. I am flat, waiting for entry. Have you guys bought anything off of TikTok shop before? What'd you buy? TikTok shop?
swear like every other post is an ad now. You look at like one of them for more than 5 seconds, and then you just like your entire feed is just an ad for that product. That's kind of cool, Sauce. Where did you put it? You like put it in a corner? I'm trying to think of like where I would actually utilize that. Like on either side of a bed, something, or the TV. Yeah, okay. I was thinking about getting those that light that connects to your speakers, your surround sound, to like reflect back whatever's happening. But it seems like such a just unnecessary purchase. Yeah. It's like it would be cool for a day, and then I think I'd get annoyed with it. Yeah, just back to our 25s from a hold of our 98s. No change. I wish I enjoyed a beach. Enjoyer. Yeah, it's like at a beach of a lake or like grassy area. I'm cool with like a grassy area near. That's always enjoyable. It's not a huge sand guy. No shade. Let's look over 25 as promised. If we can hold, watching Russell back into this high, seeing if we're just oscillating or if we can actually break. Understand that 35 to 37 is our target here on ES. It's your full value rotation. Need to see Russell be able to get through this. This is our pivot from yesterday where we held at supportive in close. We're here again. Right, so big transactional area. We can make it supportive again. Start to rotate. We got to get back in. Nice surf. Yeah, man, I'm just not a huge sun enjoyer with no shade. Yeah, I mean like that's but then I'm just like under an umbrella. I'm not really like enjoying the beach all that much, you know? Like that's usually what I do. So I'll just like sit there, read a book. Yes. Yep. Yeah, like where you're at, Tom, is I'd enjoy that a bit more. The green. All right, can we do this thing? I Sandbox is gross. No thanks. Human litter box.
Yeah, we gotta build a cool sandcastle.
Not what that said. I am a germaphobe. I'm out one here from 25 into our 45 target. This is our opening range low here on NQ. We can build above 45.50. We can rotate up to 65.
This 37 on ES with the bean value high as well as our 2-week POC here.
Huge trade. There's that our 500 to 65 is what I'm gonna guess. We shall see. All we had to do is wait for the Russell to find that low. Imagine. Probably see ES retest value edge, I would assume, before we break this 41.25. No, I think that entry's fine on momentum. We had Russell moving with it. Trade made a lot more sense, that attempt. Why I took it as well, Dubs. I mean, unless you were holding that down from 98 drawdown, then that's a bad trade. Okay, good. Yeah, that's a good trade. You just played momentum break. See, I just don't have the patience for these days. Like, nothing about our trade plan failed, right? Like, 98's held. We got our bid over 15s. We pushed up into our 45, right? Like, I just don't have the patience. Why I like quicker days, 'cause things just do the thing for me. Instead, I've entered this trade, right? We took a scalp for 20 points, and then I exit, and then I get back in for the momentum break at 25s to 45s. But, like, at no point did anything invalidate. you just need so much patience on this price action. We're waiting to see now if we rotate like this into our 65s, holding our 30-second opening range, or if this is the move. I am flat. We'll see if ES can hold our value edge here on this retest like we thought. And we're waiting for Russell to find a low again so that we have both ES and RTY for a higher. That'll give us what we need to continue. Say it out loud, Cass. Like fire, right? Like fire.
He's not hip with the cool kid lingo.
Get him there. Gonna start talking to his son. As
Yeah.
we'll teach you some brain rot, Cass. No, you don't want it. No brain rot.
Start calling him a poopsie garbanzo.
I think it was a good entry. I mean, it's exactly what we were talking about, right? The look below and then the recovery. Like if the offer was going to hold there, it would have. The look below is a trap, and then we look back in. I think like trading over at 15s would have been probably a bit safer, but like I think your entry was fine. No invalidation. Really, the only thing that matters is like the reoffer of 90 low, right? Everything helps. Pushing into our next target now into 65s. This is our pivot into 41.25 from our hold of our value edge, just like we talked about on ES. And that's your 65 trade on in. Yeah, I think that's great. A good use of your eyeballs is on Dom. And then I don't really have much above here. I mean, if we can like start to bid 56 to 65 is supportive, and then continue higher, like we can look for 88. But you're asking a lot. We have 30 seconds until new 15s. I think we just look for a retest to our POC wherever it ends. We've got this buy side liquidity here. This is where I'm most interested in for any pullback into our POC to buying deltas here below us. See if we can hold that, and then this. It might not need this leg down, but I'm just going to wait to see if we can get over 65s and accept above, or a pullback into this area makes a lot of sense. Let me just mark that with an. So look for the 65 to hold here. 41's on ES, and see if we can do the rotation above. New 15s. The idea for me is like we either hold our value high edge or we're rotating back to POC, right? So like we look for bids to be pretty active here into our high, the 60-65, or I look for the rotation back down to this low, about 48. It's a good like understanding. when we have like opening ranges that are this tight, it's really hard to try to play the individual levels, not just the range as a whole. So I'll usually just attempt like if we're below it, I'll sell into it. If we're above it, I'll try to buy the edge. But like trying to nail an individual level in something that is this tight is pretty rough. So like that's why I'm selling into 48s makes sense to me. This whole area to me it's just like a neutral slash bearish zone because we're below. But if we can pop above, then this whole zone will be a neutral bullish zone until I show until we see like a sell side willingness to hold below it. Consolidation here is good. Yes, holding our 41.
serve.
Later, serve. Coming down into POC from previous candle now. See if we can find a bid here to hold us, or if this is going to reoffer and then rotate down. Really just watching these buying deltas here in POC and see if we can catch anything for a recovery and then a hold of 65s on retest. Into the low of our zone. Now filled this buy side liquidity. Let's see if they can hold it and then get us back above for a long. Watch Russell. Still falling. Wait for an entry. We need to see active buyers, not just buy, right? Failure. Why we don't enter. So we wait for either a recovery or for this area to now stay solid offer for continuation down. We're below it, so I now look at it as a sell side. This would be a rotation down. I'm only looking for longs on a recovery of this area and then a bid over 65s. Personally. Because if these buyers aren't present anymore, they're not willing to trade, then like there's been no value shift yet. And I don't want to participate until they either step back in and show their hand, pushes over these POCs, or we're going to have to rotate back down into this area where they are active at the 98 to like 515. So like why stress myself out? I think ES has the easiest levels to read with this 35 hold.
Yeah.
Like 41 above. Like either we hold above or we hold below. Then it's just a rotation. With this big old node at day open. Russell retesting high of range. NQ lagging. Got to get over this, or it's going to stick offer for that rotation down that I just talked about. Yeah, you've got basically two participants here. You've got a guy who's trying to absorb uh, like 28, and you've got a guy who's absorbing into like 46 to 50. So it's just like, which side do we break? Into Sauce's point, like if ES and Russell can't sustain these new highs, and NQ is holding the low where our bid was supposed to be and is now our offer, then that will lead to another like down on NQ. If NQ, ES and RTY can hold here and we can recover and push over that seller above, right, that 48.50, then we have upside potential. But we need someone trapped. Right now we're stuck in between two. That equals chop. Bub, I didn't see your comment until right now. I'm sorry, man. Did I answer your questions about footprint? Or do I need to do a bit more for you?
Brother, there's 20 minutes left on the day and the last of the month. Why are you leaning anyways? Just watch it then, dude. You don't gotta lean anywhere.
Testing into our offer now on NQ. Watching to see if we can push above or if this will hold. Russell still pushing up. Need to be able to get over and start to sustain above, or these guys are just going to eat. How much time do we have left on this? 3 minutes. This is our PVC target on Russell, 17. They open as well. Huge resistance on that Russell move. Lots of momentum across the board into our 48s on NQ. This would need to be your first risk off in the 25s if you did play off of that. Other than that, not a ton here. Secondary leg would be down into 50, just like we talked about. $50 until new 15-minute candles. Russell just back to POC here off of that rejection. Oh, now the planes come out. Late. Tagging our 25, but finding buyers there. Just waiting to see if Russell and ES can get back over, or if these are going to be lower highs for the start of channel down. See if this is that first lower high here. I don't know how quick the move will be from this low. Speed.
like move stops down as we approach. I'm just looking for a push down into like our 15 swap into that area. But if like 25s hold here, then that's it is what it is. Need to see the Russell continue to show weakness from our high. See ES continue from this high, or probably go like that. What I want to see is come down into that R48 rejection, but if these catch bids, then that's kind of invalidated. There's no reason. The bot down.
I haven't heard anything. You might be right.
Yeah, final MOC in 50 seconds. But I was wondering, Seat's not mentioning it. Expect volatility into this. We're in a very interesting place. 25 holding on it so far, but in between our support down at like 98 to 506 on NQ and resistance above at 48. MOC opening now, or closing now. Pushing right back up to our 65s. Should be your first risk off if you are in a trade for some reason.
This cleans up yesterday's POC. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. We watch for a hold above. Again, like I want to just reiterate, like with Russell breaking this downtrend and with ES breaking that look below 25s invalidates, right? Like that's why I wanted to mention that. Like you have to look for it. This is next target into 88. Stops. Watch to see if we consolidate here. Like as long as Russell and ES have momentum, we can go up. If they lose it, get screwed. Just happen. Next resistance for me into 60-65 on an ES. It's our previous day value high at 60. Russell, the resistance here as well. Got to get over 25s for upside.
A prior day POC on the 15-minute chart, it's 48. But really, okay, so I know Thai NQ, I don't. It is like 16 or 28. Okay, so what I was gonna say is I know that lately you've been having a lot of problem with this exact level of where POC is because some different platforms store volume differently. But you know what's always the same? The node shape. And do you know what people really don't care about? The exact tick that something is displaying. So you can find the areas on the nodes where we have the most volume on the largest node, and now you have a zone. Like it doesn't have to be as picture perfect as you really want it to be. And I think you're wasting too much brain energy caring about it, honestly.
Hit our resistances on all three at the same time. Awesome momentum. Now watching to see how we pull back here. Immediately just top ticked into 60s and rejection. Now just watching to see if previous day POC can hold. On ES, our NQ pivot is just this like 78. Watching to see how we react here. Getting a little volatile. Same as before, very easy thing that you can do. Like visualization aid, helpful. Wait for these to start pushing up again. Big money. Just rebalancing, man. Big money is the market.
Nobody cares about your one lot.
Really nice bid off 78s, pushing into targets. Again, Russell and ES getting momentum. See if we can now rotate higher. Want to see like the 605 hold for a takeout of that VPOC up at 633. Testing our 60s again on ES. Russell again into our pivot up at 5 to need to see willingness to bid. So it's just gonna continue to sell. POC on this candle is at 88 on NQ. So any retracements into that, we want to be seeing strength. There's a buyer trying at 605 to 600 higher, right? But we need to see a willingness to hold here with Unios.
3 minutes.
The Russell rejection, yeah, it's still holding. NQ holding as well, no change. Watching our 605 level here on NQ, see if this buyer is still present into 600, 605, or if we need to retrace into our 88. Expected to be pretty quick, guys, on transact here.
1 minute on the day. Tesla is just crazy today. Very impressive.
Out one here into our VPOC. Out both, actually. That's it for me. Have a good night, guys. I will see you guys next week.
Tuesday, no class next week.
VPOC was taken and immediately sold. 605 was a great hold, and that's that. Whatever happens now is not my business.
Goodbye, everybody. Enjoy your holiday weekend.
Later, Pedro.